Friends, internet, friends. It's nothing to offer. Back again. We're doing some Darkest Dungeon today. So, if you caught my last stream, I've been playing some Darkest Dungeon. So, we're gonna continue doing that. I'm gonna do a little voiceover today. And that's that. Let's get into it. So first thing, I have some stuff written down I wanted to talk about today. So if anyone's listening, the first thing is introduce myself. My name is Nothing to Offer. I like video games. I am currently out of work, laid off, kind of in between jobs, maybe a hanger-on, a couch, somebody lives on the couch. I don't know, like a non-working mouth, So, that being said, a little techie. I like video games, of course. I like technology in general. I don't want to get too personal because, of course, don't dox me, bro, that kind of stuff. That's it. I plan to make video games. Oh, yeah, attention to the channel. So, this channel, the intention of this channel is to, number one, play games and have fun doing it. I love playing games. I get kind of, I've been doing it all my life. I guess a little bit more backstory about my game life is that I've got to the point where people also start kind of make fun of you for playing games and stuff and like as an adult, as you get older. And another thing about playing games as an adult is your friends don't play games anymore, and most of the people that play games are, they're younger people. I'll say that, and also, I mean, not everyone. There's definitely, I know there's. Just the vast majority is more youthful than I. The other thing about it is like my friends don't play anymore. It's hard for I don't want to make new friends, so it's the thought of quitting altogether just crossed my mind is what I'm getting at. Quitting video games just in general. And I played video games forever. I played DOS games back in the day, Doom, and before that just PC games. Every game I could possibly get my hands on. Emulation, all kinds of stuff. Anything, I like historically playing games. I like playing games that are hard to get a handhold of. Like, I do translated games. I don't know. You probably, if you've seen the streams I make, they're out there. I plan to record some of them, if they're good, of course. The translations sometimes mess the game up bad, but I like all kinds of stuff. But I was thinking about giving up, so I didn't give it up. I'm going to continue doing it. For better or for worse. Just for the love of it. So the intention of the channel is just play games, enjoy the games, talk about the games. Clippable game. I have clippable gameplay written down here. I know that that's sort of a personal thing. I think that goes into I'm trying to make a quality stream here, which is difficult. Just in general being, I didn't think it was going to be difficult, but, to make entertaining content is difficult. Anyway, I think we all know that. Oh yeah, it's my stream. If there's something I want to talk about, I'm gonna talk about it. I don't. I try not to be too. There's just some things I don't talk about in public. We're not gonna bag religion. Not that we're gonna talk about it all that much, but we're not gonna too much politics. No politics, please. No brainwashed stuff. No mind viruses or pornographic anything. I mean, we could talk about. I don't know, like adult themes, but this just not, I'm not trying to, and we can like swear, I'll swear the channel, we can swear on the channel, but no, nothing like the, what do they call it? The aristocrats. We're not going to do that on this channel. No aristocrats, stuff like that. And, just keep it light, bro. Just keep it light. We'll talk about games, right? Oh yeah, and it's for what is the end purpose? Oh well, I'd like to make clips. I think in long term, if it's even a thing, I can even if people want to use my clips, I think I just want to let them use it. That's one thing about making long. I like making long, like non-altered stuff too, because yeah, well, it just sometimes I don't want to sit and talk for 10 hours straight. I think after about 3 hours, you just run out of things to talk about. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how far I get before I want to turn it off. Turn off the mic and just get to playing the game. So I have this written down: love for videos, love for the art, love for the experience. That's like why, I guess, if you wanted to ask the question why, why are we playing games? Why this channel? What are we talking about? It's because of the love of the game, right? The love of the experience. And that's what I just want to get, I want to record historical kind of gaming and, modern gaming and just kind of keep the love going. All right, let's talk about Darkest Dungeon now. So nice to meet you. Nothing to offer. I hope I don't annoy you to the point of vomiting. I'm actually going to leave this dungeon. So, let's talk about gameplay first. I think a lot of people, this is a pretty old game now. It's not retro or anything. It's just old because I guess the game stuff is so fast. You have your guys over here. I guess what are they called? They're like your warriors. They call them recruits. Yeah. So you're trying to go in. You're like the king of this place or something, like you have some like familial ownership of this place, but you have to go in and get these, like your family's wealth. I don't know. It's kind of loosey-goosey based on. It's kind of like loosey-goosey. The story is so, whatever, just this weird scenario. You have the recruits. The recruits are like your personal army. You can send out 4 at a time in parties. And they get stressed out. And they're all different. Their personalities are a little different. They're not like, what is that game? RimWorld. They're not like so complex that they're going to be setting things on fire and all kinds of stuff like that. Oh yeah, she's not. Oh yeah, she could. You have to train them all to go in and fight these. Basically, it's like a roguelike. So they set up these dungeons and you get to go in and fight. And it's just every dungeon is different, and it's like that is like different, but quote unquote different. Like, they're very similar, samey. The cool thing about let's talk about my original playthrough. So I played through this game once when I guess when it first around when it first kind of released, or like as a pre-release or something. Because it was different. The game was way different then. I don't know if it was just version 1 is different than the version that I'm playing with now. But I got through. So what I did is I just made a party of 4 people that were powered up enough to go into the worst dungeon. And I got through it. They were actually powered up. And I thought it was going to be like, I'm going to just get these guys powered up. And it's just going to be like, it didn't take as long as getting more, a whole group of them powered up. It took way less time because I didn't want to spend I didn't want to spend 10 hours in a game. Well, I did get in there, but the boss, so they threw this boss at me, and it's kind of, I have done research since then. It's this lady who's like she's a madman chef or something, right? And she puts your characters in this pot and then cooks them. And it's like, she's hard, real hard. I'm sure there's I played her once, so I got my guys. They were just blowing through. They got a bunch of the mini bosses. So the way they throw bosses at you in this game is cool because you'll play, and then having played, they'll just randomly show up in the dungeon. Sometimes at the end it's kind of random. So that's cool, right? It's cool how they sort of just slip them in there, and they're kind of. Sometimes they're unexpected, and even the boss I'm talking about, I guess, is unexpected as well. Not unexpected. At this point, you're ready for a boss. I was ready. They were all powered up to the point to a high level. They had all the I had all the moves set up. I had all the everything, all the little things you do to get your party set up in this game, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But and I thought I was slick shit. I walked into that boss battle. She owned me and killed them all. And then I put the game down for a. I put the game down after that for a while. But I realized, going through all that, I realized that what you were going to have to do, or what I guess my strategy was the next time I played it, this was years ago. This was years ago that I played it. But the next time I played it, I would actually have to power up a bunch of people, and then, so if I did lose a party, it wouldn't matter all that much. But so I guess that's what we're doing here. 10 hours in, they did, like I said, they did change a bunch of the game. So I kind of been just learning the way the new game is. The dungeon part is actually very similar. I think powering up the characters is different. I remember the first one. It didn't seem like you could power your characters up all that much, and it was always a struggle. I think it's still going to be like that, even though there's all this like you can click on things and make it seem like they're more powerful. I'm sure it's always going to be a struggle. So, nothing. There's nothing new about. You're in the front. Why are you in the front? It's like the most annoying thing. They move the characters around because they get afraid, or you get a situation where the guys are coming from behind, and then you're like your backup, your support characters are in the front, and they're like not work. They can't do anything because because certain, like, I guess, to be clear, certain moves, certain moves are, can be done from the front or the back, and certain characters have more moves in the back or the front. They all have, like, offensive, and they all can be used different ways if you unlock the skills and then kind of group them a certain way. I was learning that yesterday, pretty much. This is so annoying. And then he's like no good too. There's always like pluses and minuses to it, and I think the first couple hours you play this game, you're just putting the different groups together, to see what works and what doesn't. I think it wasn't very forgiving the first time I played it. It was like it's still not forgiving. Don't get me wrong, but I think the first time I played it, it was less forgiving than this. I think the fact that you can power your characters up is kind of changing it a little bit, but I think maybe for the better. I got kind of frustrated with the first time because that boss battle came out of nowhere. But I don't know. That's good gameplay, right? I know if you watch my video about Alan Wake, I got a little frustrated about that when I was talking about bullet sponges. I'd like to correct my like original feeling because in the moment I was frustrated as crap. So I apologize. If I let anyone believe that I didn't like that game, I actually really did like that game. I think the bullet sponge thing is kind of an annoyance. I think my real and like the I shouldn't have been. If it was just a time thing, that whole scenario was probably just timed, which is like the original one was timed too. The one in the first game when you're fighting on the stage, and you just had to live. It's not really about killing all the bad guys. It's about killing the. Why can you not do anything? Whatever. So I didn't know it was just timed. I would have played different. The thing is, like, I kind of stopped playing it and then picked it up again. It was like I was learning everything again. I will say the animations take too long. Anyway, we're not talking about Alan Wake 2 right now. I think it was like it wasn't perfect, but it was good. And it was. I would recommend playing that game certainly if you like single player experiences, if you like complicated stories, all that stuff. So this game, what else? The sound design. So I played 10 hours yesterday. The sound design, I actually don't play with the sound on here. Surprise, surprise. I play with. I was actually listening to Lorne, Acid Rain, for 10 hours straight, which I don't know. I guess you know what? I started a second YouTube impression or whatever for this. For this endeavor, nothing to offer, right? Which is like, as you do. The account that hasn't been like desecrated with my algorithm showed that song to me. 88 million views, right? First time I ever heard it, I adore it. It's great. I like music like that. I came up with the EDM. with the kids in the EDM. Yeah. I like all that stuff. This is like, this is like, where has it been all my life? I guess it's like 2 years old, so non-existent for most of that. But it's just that it goes to show that the algorithm that you create for yourself kind of like puts you in a cage of you. It's like you're in your own prison. I don't know. Anyway, I listened to Lauren for 8 hours straight, 10 hours straight. And that's another thing that kills me about the whole thing is I think my bit rate was messed up. So some of the videos came in at 9.5 hours. That's about what they are. It's 9.5 hours with the bit rate getting all crazy at the end, which was kind of an experiment. I know that I was just trying to see how long I could keep the stream going before OBS crashed. I think it didn't crash this time. Surprise, surprise. But it did. It got the. I don't know what happened at the end. The memory got messed up or something. So the beginning of the video is like kind of crisp and clear. The end of the video is like the bitrate got all messed up, so it's like stuttery, which is annoying. And I apologize for that stuff. I am in the ever, doing this. I am in the ever going, the ever quest, the ever progressing quest of figuring out quality content. It's not as easy to think, and I'm also not trying to be like, I'm not super talented. I can, I'm not out here playing music. I wish I was like talented like that, So, what do I got? I got some words. I like video games. I'm trying to have some interesting ideas. But, like, what idea hasn't been thought already? I was talking to my bud today about AI, and he's like, I don't want to put my writing into the AI. And I'm like, and he's like, because I don't want them to use it. And, I don't want them to, what if they use it in someone else's work? I guess is what the fear was. And I was, I said copyright or whatever. Like, they're not gonna take your whole book and like with all your ideas and stuff. But I think he's more worried about the sentence level writing or the paragraph level writing. I don't know. I mean, I would think like what hasn't, if you can write something that hasn't already been written, you probably shouldn't. But to think about your writing being so unique that the AI wouldn't come up with it on its own, or that's a little bit of a stretch to me. I'm not, if I have a story, I'm probably not going to put it into like the whole thing. Although you could if you paid for it. That's an interesting concept for grammar. I mean, you could do it for grammar, whatever you want. AI you kind of direct it to tell you, it'll rewrite your stuff. I don't mind it. Certainly, like the grammar thing. If you use Grammarly, a tool, getting like a little writing nerd here, so it helps, and it actually uses an algorithm in AI as well. So it's, I don't know. I don't see that much difference. But you can do it with ChatGPT as well. No, you just so grammar check, put the word in, the written word in, and it'll come out with it'll come out with like it'll help you with grammar, basically. But like I guess that's where the lawsuits come from. Is people are like, the Wall Street Journal mad because they use it to train it. So it's like the whole library is based on that kind of stuff, and that is copyrighted. So we'll see where that goes. Anyway, that's all I have. Oh, the sound is on. I hate the sound of this game. I hate the way it sounds. All that freaking like WWE crap. It's like, wow. That's why I listen to Lauren. I wish that YouTube would take my algorithm away, and then I guess you can restart it. I could just like delete it and start over. Damn thing had 88 million views. It's 2 years old, and I never heard it. And it's like, it's exactly what I would like. I like that kind of stuff. So I'm like mad. I'm mad at YouTube. YouTube, the platform, algorithms. I'm not mad that ChatGPT is stealing my work. I'm mad that YouTube is suggesting me old people's shit. or like is only suggesting to me shit that I know I like or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. Prison of yourself. So yeah, that's another thing about these vids is if I'm doing like a long ass game playing vid, I run out of stuff to talk about it after about how long has it been? 20 minutes. That's it. So you might get me like in the middle. That's why the video thing's like funny because halfway through the game, I'm just like, oh, I don't have anything else to talk about. I don't just want to ramble. Like, what if I say something really like crazy? Certainly could happen. We could talk about the game. Oh, I guess about my that's what I guess that's what I should do. Commentary on the game. There we go. So commentary on the game. This game is about fighting. It's an RPG. It has a stress system, which is kind of its two de gras, or piece de resistance, or whatever you want to call it. The characters fight, and then if you look at the screen, you can see that when things happen, either a number with I guess it's a web-shaped black semicircle appear above their head, and it makes that little bar beneath them like go up, and it's like it's empty squares at first, and that's once they hit that full threshold there. Oh man, I need a healer too. It's like I let these healers fucking die all the time. Excuse me. Oh, damn it! Shit. Healers are the worst to keep alive. So once the stress gets high, then they start to do all kinds of weird crap, like die for no rating. I don't fucking know. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? How many fucking shit, 3 more things? Yeah, I guess. I guess. Let's do it. So even other people dying gives them stress. So once they have stress, they like evolve into certain personality traits, which are some are good, some are bad, and some are I don't know, just some are good. Like, sometimes your team turns into like these paragons of just or whatever. And they're stronger for it. I tried to manufacture, like originally I tried to manufacture some of that, and it's hard. It's hard to figure out a team that works together that's like giving them themselves the paragon. But that's the one thing when you get a team like that together, they're really good. Oh, good. Like, see, these guys are getting along. It actually sometimes when somebody dies, when somebody dies, they'll like the ones that are left will start. I don't know. It's the shiny semicircle, not the dark semicircle, and then that's how they sort of like when they progress like that, they're better fighters. Like this round, I'm probably gonna get those two. Those two, actually, that lady is pretty much one of my more stronger players anyway. What is she, a Helion, which is like a Viking lady. And then I guess this whole group is I was taking out the younging because I've used her before too. She doesn't have trinkets, and I haven't really modified her moves. One thing is the ones they die all the time. So you have ones that stick around, and those are the ones you end up training up, and then you have ones that die, and then sometimes you try to train the ones. You'll try to train someone, and they'll die, and it won't be. I think it's like kind of just designed that. Either I don't know. It might be luck. Or, there might be something I'm not doing right. That's, anything that I talk about. That's one thing is I'm sure that everything I'm saying has been said before about this game because I know how popular this game was when it came out. And there's even a sequel, and I'm still playing this one. I do plan to play the sequel one day. What was I saying? Yeah, but, this is my experience, so. It's actually land. All right. Well, that's good. The main yeah. So yeah, it's like, and that's it's like that's what happened here. Is I tried to train that. I bought like moves for that one lady that died, the healer here, and yeah. See, like when the white thing comes, they actually lose stress, which is good. I don't know. I don't know. That's another thing. I'm not an expert about how this whole thing works, so forgive me if I'm annoying anyone that is. Let's see who's stressed out. Who's stressed out? They're all stressed out. Suck at with the upgrades here. Who has the junk? You has the junk. Let's get you into the thing. Yeah. It's just a bash. It's just 8. You know, oh yeah, what do you like? Yes, I will do that one soon. I will do that soon. Yeah, so what I was doing, I was looking at her. So they're showing her quirks, right? So the ones in the yellow are like good quirks, and the ones in the red are bad quirks. It all kind of makes sense, right? They end up making them do stuff. So when I was bitching about them moving around in the team, that's actually the bad quirks will do that stuff, I think, and then good quirks actually have their own effect. They all have their own effect. I know none of them because I do know some of them, but you want to get rid of them. Eventually, so the thing is, I'm still earliest stages of the game. I'm getting an army together. I have like 2 characters that are kind of powered up. I have one that's level 3. For some reason, I have a level 3. No. I have a level 3 veteran plague doctor, and I don't know how useful is that. I mean, it's kind of useful. The plague doctor is good. I do have a level. Any other? Yeah, I have a level 2 Kick Crusader. He's like a knight. Whatever. He's not bad. I mean, it's always useful to have a guy like this. These guys are funny because they seem like they would be good, but they're not all good. This guy seems to be pretty good. I don't know if he's new, or maybe I just never used him before. Some of this stuff is like because of the version I played. Oh yeah, this guy's a level 1. So can we get him the stress relief? No. Yeah, fucking church. Upgrade all that stuff. Let's see if I can get him in there. So that's the problem I'm having. That's why some of these guys just stay perpetually stressed out, is because they get, once you put them into the I guess what do you want to call it, the recovery areas, the de-stress of fire areas, they get used to a certain one, or the one lady can't go to anything in the bar because they kicked her out or something. She just called it the incident. It's part of the quirks, or I don't even know if that's even reversible. Some of this stuff is not reversible. It doesn't really matter. And I think the thing is, that's one thing I would recommend is don't get too caught up in what, like the nitty gritty of these characters. There's some things you can fix, some things you can't. The key to it is you want to upgrade this so you can get better recruits later, which I'm trying to do, but I haven't had a lot of luck. I want to take her. I need a freaking medic. No. Let's just go. he's all stressed out. There we go. Pucot. Yeah, so what I'm looking for now is just a couple guys that can fight that aren't probably a level 0, a bunch of level 0s. I mean, the werewolf is funny because you can have, these guys are kind of like healers, but I really need a damn healer. That's one of the hardest things. The healers always die. I don't know what it is about them. You can't push it with them, you know, because they get fine. Oh, short. Yeah, let's do a medium with a bunch of zeros. It would be great. Oh, you know what? I should. I don't know if I should do a bunch of zeros on a medium. See, what happens is you get to the point where you want to modify all these guys. So, you know, I think that's one thing that was added was the customization of the characters. Customability, that's not good. And I do like that. So now I can open up the different attacks that I want for that character. So I like to use a lot of area of effect, of course. But that's the cool thing about it. You could probably just set it up any way you want. Right? She could use a little bump here, a little bump there, and then. So I think for a good build out for this character is you get the 900 for the bash, right? And you power that up, and you have her in the front. The second you can have her in the second, but then you don't power up the individual thing. You power up the heal everything thing, and then what is this last one? Hand of Light. Oh yeah, that's an attack. I don't know. That'd be interesting to use that attack, or just have her as like an attack mate. That's the thing about her. She doesn't need to be a healer. She has these two spells. People use her. You know, you out of the box, you're going to use her as a healer, but she can be set up to be an attacker with a heal. And it's funny because if you look at the way, I'm getting kind of nerdy here. Excuse me. But if you look at the way this guy's set up as well, with his weapon, his attacks, you can almost make a similar character. And it's funny because he looks like a knight and she looks like a mage. But in reality, these characters are more similar than some of the other characters, which is weird. It's not weird, but it's just, I've just noticed that. I don't know if anyone else has. I mean, it's different. This guy doesn't have the area effect heal, and he has more attacks, and he has kind of buffs, so he can do he does like the paladin thing. Or you can just have him as like a straight up fighter, which I don't know. Most of the time, you just use him as a basher. Somebody's gonna hit something, you know. There's not a lot of. Every once in a while, I'll try to use him as a healer, and it kind of works. You could probably power that up all the way now and make him like a healer, and then. See, defense doesn't like work that way. To be like, does she? Like, you look at that guy, you think he has high defense. He does have higher defense, I guess, but I don't think it's based on that. I think it's based on that number next to the shield. Let's see about that, actually. Yeah, defense is weird in this game. It's not like, do you guys see a D number? Anyone? Somebody somewhere is like, "Oh, you idiot! It's right there. You fucking, what are you doing?" No, I don't know. I don't really know how to gauge it. Let's see if we can give her any things. Can we give her a thing? No. No, she's the one. No. That's one thing I don't know how to see what the trinket is. There's probably a button. No. See if we can. Oh. Yeah, let's look at those real quick, actually. pick to the face. See, you can set her as this person as an attacker as well. You can kind of set them all up in it. They're not, you know what I mean? They have different moves. So I think there's like functionality involved in the moves that are specific to that character. So she can shoot 2 in the middle. There's another guy that can shoot 2 in the middle. Oh, the werewolf guy also can do that. And he has what they call the bile. But if you wanted to, if you wanted to just deal out blight, they both do that. The moves are actually very similar. It's odd. But blight is a good tool, to kill characters, especially because it attacks the middle of the pack. And usually you get a big defense guy in the front. And then he's like protecting the guys in the middle now. Attacking the middle is like it takes it kind of like it has a chance to kind of negate some of the status guys or the guys that are some of the support guys that aren't just defense and attack. And they'll have the weird stuff like the magic. Are we ready to go? Yeah, we're ready to go. Let's go already. Yeah. Activate 3 protective wards. I do that. Ooh. This is a little different. The art style is pretty good. I mean, I'm getting kind of sick of looking at it now, but it's interesting. They all have their own character quirks. I like how you can build the character to, you build this team. You're gonna, whatever, and they're all gonna help each other, hurt each other, and you sort of figure that out all through, trying it over and over again. Oh, well. Oh shit! I didn't. Can I change her? Okay. Oh, I didn't buy those. I just. You ever stop a heart attack with a meal? Well, in this game you do. I feel like there will be a boss in here. Yeah, after 20 minutes, man, I run out of things to say. I wish I could make jokes this whole time. Ah, a trap. Oh. So if anyone's listening to this, check out my Discord. Check out my, I don't know, my different stuff. It's all in the bumper. In the never-ending trail to make good content. And I don't think I've been successful yet. Let's see. Oh, why do I think everyone's quitting YouTube? Well, I think everyone's quitting YouTube because they're not paying the money they used to. And that kind of sucks, but what are you going to do? That's what happens with platforms, I guess. My hope is it allows, it allows like new content from new creators, but I just fear that it's just never going to be worth it now. They're going to make it so it's like trying to resell on Amazon. I don't know if anyone's tried to do that, but it's not. If you have like a unique product, it makes a lot of sense. I think if you're just trying to buy, if you're just doing like Chinese stuff or whatever, it's reselling. It's not. You can do it certainly, but it's not going to like. It's just a job, I mean, you might go to scale. I think scaling is like, what I mean. It's not going to be like a thing. So it's like at that point, you know, it's just a job. You know, if you do it, you'll get paid. So it's like you're not going to get paid a whole bunch. Like you know, I imagine. Like I wonder how you know that Lauren video with 88 million views. How much did they get paid for that? I wonder. You know, I don't really like. I'm not going to be nosy like that. It's just a passing thought. But is it $1 million? Would it be $1 million with the new? Oh, I guess the one thing is it's not so much that they're not paying as much; it's that they're making it harder to have approved content. Which, but guys, like, who was bitching about that the other day? Oh, Fully Ramblomatic was talking about that the other day. And the thing about that is, you know, if he uses some bad words and they're saying, oh, well, you can't monetize this because it has bad words in it. I mean, I think that's kind of silly. Maybe, and I think one thing is he's like, Fully Ramblomatic is one of the bigger reviewers, you know, in the space. It's not like, you know, this isn't some new guy that just came along and is like just saying the F word into the microphone over and over again. You know, this guy, you know, he's a writer. He writes quirky and kind of unique things. You know, definitely like a video game reviewer, but like for YouTube to say, oh well, yeah, we can't monetize this because there's bad words in it or whatever is absurd. You know, that's not. There's a line between obscenity, you know, profanity, and like artwork. And the thing is, his writing isn't profanity. I mean, it's certainly uses profanity, but I don't know. It sort of bugs me. I think that's you know, I think I see what they're doing. They're making like, you know, rational, like with the ratio. It's just obvious that the amount of people that are going to stay published and can monetize are going to be smaller, so they'll have less out. You know what I mean? Which is, you know, I guess that's good business sense. And Google, you know, is Google. I'm sure it's not cheap to. I'm sure it's not cheap to just post like a random video that some guy just made in his bedroom, 7,000 million times a minute, and then hold that shit forever. I'm sure it's, you know, like. It's a nice thing that they kind of do, I think. If they're gonna, you know, if they allow you to do it, and I don't know if they're gonna hold it forever. You know, we'll see. I bet that things change there. Like things don't get held forever. But in any case, it can't be cheap, you know. So, and people use it like for all these things. You know, music video stuff. It's like the new TV. You just pick your channel, right? But it's like also it's weird because it's run. You know, it's like social media, so it's like it's run by the people that kind of put stuff on there. And it's a new paradigm for entertainment. It's interesting they're getting paid, you know, directly. There's very little contract involved. Like I guess I had to read a code of conduct and like there's probably a, you know, a file you have to put up, but they'll basically take your stuff if it's not outright pornography. That can't be cheap, you know. And and not just that, all the servers that they use to kind of host everything, and then, you know, the fact that the streaming is like the best and all that, it just, you know, they're trying to just cut costs. And you know, the thing is, the guy who InRange TV has a good diatribe about this. What he talks about how it was supposed to be like the Library of Alexandretta. And in ways it is. I think, well, maybe there's two kinds. Maybe there's like, you know, the Library of Alexandretta, and then there's like, you know, Pop TV, and that's the Pop TV part, and the Library of Alexandretta don't get along. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think they're not paying out as much, and that's why people are quitting. I think MapHat, well, I already talked about this. MapHat probably has other better things to do now than be a YouTuber. But, you know, like I said, my thoughts are, you know, it'll open up the gates for other people. I'm not saying myself, because, of course, I have no delusions of grandeur here, but, you know, just other people, like new stuff. That's what I guess, and that's to get back to my whole thing about the damn algorithm making you a prisoner of your own design. It's like, you know, how are we going to find new things if all we want to watch is stuff we're familiar with? Little bit to think about. So what am I doing now? I'm just going through this. This is a different kind of meat thing. It's a medium. My guys are doing all right. I'm going to try not to lose my healer this time. I'm running out of stuff. But I only have to, well, I have to like make these altars, activate these altars. And if I had just, well, if I had just gone a certain way, I probably would get through this. I'm probably not going to finish this one. No, I'm definitely not going to finish it now. We'll see. It's not looking good. We get some werewolf action out here. Notice how when he turns into a werewolf, all the other guys have like negative reaction to that. Some characters can't fight alongside him at all, and that only comes up when they start developing their traits. In the beginning, they won't. Like a fresh recruit won't have any traits, and you can put them in any configuration. As they get these traits, they will be more inclined to have certain reactions against other characters. And so like if you get a guy that becomes very religious, they can't fight alongside the werewolf. Yes, she just developed a trait. It was not good. Let's see if we make it. It doesn't look like we're gonna. Things are getting better. We'll see. Yeah, he's like not that useful here because there are. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we did all right. We might get through this after all. I'm glad he didn't do point blank. This guy has an attack where he just like does 20 points of damage. They call it point blank. And it's funny because he's like in the beginning, it's like he's almost a boss because he is. I guess I'll let that one go. Kind of annoying as inventory system. Oh, I'm out of. That's what it is. It's pitch black. So you can't run in darkness. They get real stressed out. They get real stressed out when you do that. Real fast. So I'm going to get back to the Metal Gear games too. Don't think I forgot. I know everyone is just waiting with bated breath what I do next. Anyway, I'm gonna do like a series because I kind of want to play the VR games too, and you know, like the VR ones, and also maybe the Game Boy ones. I noticed that there was Game Boy games. I didn't even know they had Game Boy games for that, so I might do all that. The Nintendo games too, which I'm kind of hating on that. I don't like Nintendo games all that much. Yeah, and then I might do the PlayStation ones then after that. I kind of like wasn't able to. I wasn't able to emulate those that well, so I had to kind of pay for it or whatever. But the Game Boy one should be fun. We'll see what it's like when we get there. I think I like the Metal Gear games better than the new Virginia games. But actually, I should give that one Death Stranding a shot. I might like it. I'm sure I would like it in ways. It looks cool. Can't we just get back to Snake running around and shooting Russians? No. I guess that's what they're doing. But... oh, that son of a shit. Yeah, see, she's kind of like... the stress is high, but she is... although this freaking sucks. Why don't you get back there where you belong? There we go. Well, we made it. We didn't make it all the way, but we made it. I didn't feel comfortable losing my guys there at that moment, so kind of flipped chickened out. But they weren't in a good way there. I need a healer. And another thing is, when they're younger, they're more likely to be satisfied by this bar. As they get older and more, you use them more, they become, some just out of the box, but they become less likely to be satisfied by the stuff here. So take that with what you will. The religious ones, they stay religious. So, like, that's what I'm getting into about the whole thing about what, you know, how you sort of deal with these guys is you have to have a lot of them. You have to have a big team to draw from for bosses and that kind of stuff. The great thing about bosses, great or annoying, depending on how you look at it, is that the bosses... oh, yeah, we work this time. That's one thing these prayer guys are going to be like all the time. Oh, I gotta get grandma's chair. Grandma's chair is stupid, and it's ugly. But you know what? It's comfortable to sit in. That other chair was hurting me like I owed it money. All right, let's get back in it. This screen's like a little bugged. It doesn't always. It's not the most intuitive. Oh, she's already drinking. That's fine. You're already drinking too. So. Okay. Let's go on another adventure. Alright, I'm going silent for a little bit. I'm going to eat some food, and I will be back on the mic in a little bit. So thanks for everyone that's listening. I will be back. I'm going to play this game for a while, because I'm laid off. I have nothing else to do. So I'm going to try to see how long I can go before OBS crashes. If I get into a boss battle or something, maybe I'll narrate that. Maybe I'll narrate later. I don't know. But I'm going to get off the mic a little bit, so thanks for listening, everybody.
Pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home. Back to the pit. Mortality clarified in a single strike. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. blossoms. Vigor is restored. A momentary abatement. Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
See, this team is good. They're not stressed out. They're gonna. I worked this up because I didn't bring enough food, but they could have got through this pretty much. But I might run them again. I might just leave. I'll run fight this battle. I'll leave, and then I will run them again with more food this time. Maybe on a medium, just to see. I finally got out of like everything has to be easy. I guess I don't know. These guys are level 0. That's one thing about them. But they're doing well together. They kind of, I got 2 possible routes of healing: the Crusader and the Mage. The, the White Mage or the Mage. I got, area of attack with the Gunner, the Highwayman as they call it, which is good. I can knock out the first 3. Kind of it's sucky when you got yeah, and then you can use this guy's ability to pull people forward, although no there. But yeah, so I could pull people forward and then do the big hits. The area attack kind of to soften them up a little bit, and then the healing is keeping them kind of healthy. So yeah, it's like they all kind of complement each other. That's how these teams work. If you get all the moves together that they complement each other, it's when they start working. Certainly, one thing is I'll probably do this later, is getting into it and getting into details and configuring every player so that hopefully that they'll get along, and it will never work as good as sometimes just taking the moves they have. This sucks. It's one of those things if you practice your golf swing, you're going to get worse before you get better. Work this time. Yeah. Those bodies are annoying. Oh. Okay. So, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I might actually try to go. Oh, yeah, they're out of food. That's the sucky thing about this is without the food, they won't make it because the food. There's food checks, and they have to have food if they're gonna continue on, and if not, they take a big hit, HP hit, and then they get sad. And when they get sad, they start to break out in traits. So we're gonna just leave after this, and then we're gonna come back to it. I might actually swap out the healer too, because she is stressed out. We will get this chest first, though, and see what's in here. Okay. Yep. Wait. So where are we at? 90% of rooms would be. I don't think. Yeah, let's just give it a shot. They probably got one more battle up. And yeah, well, maybe one more plus the spiders. The spiders are, of course, they're not that threatening. I guess there's probably a big one somewhere that is. I think there is. Remember back to it now. One thing I hate about the healers, you might use any other thing before you get into the game, but as you get into the dungeon, you are just going to end up healing with her because that's. It'd be interesting to take a whole party of healers. Maybe I'll try that sometime. Gotta get 4 of them together, and then I have to modify the moves so they have the. Oh man, what's he doing back there? That's one thing about the area effect spells. You have to have them, or the attacks. You have to have them in a certain part in the party, and then when they move around, it's like they. So now the healer is where the. What are you doing, man? Getting killed by spiders here. Yeah, probably. This is it. Oof. Damn. Yeah, when the other people get into that march for death or the death mode when they're flashing like that, that's when other people get stressed out about. About especially when people die too. Man, they are just going to town on this guy. Yeah, you should run. It's great. Oop, trait. Abusive. Son of a... Son of a bee. Okay, we're running away. Run away! Run away! Run away!
Seditionists and heretics skulk in the alleys. They must be found out.
Alright, let's see what he has. Need a healer. I need a healer. No, I want a healer. None of this. Yeah. Let's just go right into a match. Alright. Who we taking? Take this guy. I'm not very stressed out. Is that the same guy? Or which guy is no shape. Oh, and this guy. Ooh. Yeah, let's see how I do. Let's do a medium. Feeling adventurous. Before we go, I think. Oh no, I'm gonna do that one. Not him, but he's all stressed out. What is his problem? Probably needs some church. That church. There we go. I don't know, bro. We talked about that shit. He said, what did he say? I forget now. I was reading it. Do we want the healer here or the? Yeah, let's do that. I need to get that healer. The one thing is you're gonna need a strong healer for the bosses of this game. The problem is that they're so fragile when you build your team around them. It's like they're just frustrating as far as getting a good one. Let's see what these people have in their spells. Yes, I want that. And don't want. That. Especially upgrade those. Oh, we can turn it on turn it on right now. Why would they even have the other one? No, I know. It's probably not good to have one and not the other, but whatever. Let's see what this one is. So this guy's moves that always kind of confound me because I think that I'm missing some things. I want something that's like. What is that? No, those are buffs. That's a debuff. He doesn't have any AOC stuff. Oh. Yeah, so let's just freaking get this like go up. on that guy. That's just his single straightforward, you know, swing, I guess. This guy, I want this, and I want this. Oh, that guy can't get up there anyway, so fine. And this guy, oh, do I have two of the same kind? No. Oh, her, yeah. Yeah, she's fine, typically. Oh, all I have is $100 fucking now. And I keep on boning myself. Oh, you know what, I can sell some of these. Yes, let's sell them all. Yes. That was probably short-sighted, but a lot of those trinkets couldn't be used by other, you know, only by a certain class. And I don't have the class, and I don't. So my dumbass doesn't know how to check what they mean, so I gotta look up, figure out what button to hit. If anyone's listening to this and knows what button to hit, send me a message. I don't know how to tell what the trinket is once it's in the box. Whatever. What is this? A fight? Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. Yes. So we'll see how it goes. You know what happens is you load up a lot of fighters like this, and they just aren't effective together for whatever reason. I can tell you what the big problem now already is that this guy in the front, this guy needs to be. This guy needs to be in the front. She can this guy's out there. Yeah, try this. Let's actually put him in the back too, but not that far back. Okay. So we gotta do 100% of the room. 100% of the room battles.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of other
100% of the room battles. I realized that I don't speak into the mic all the time. I've been trying to kind of do that. Sometimes I get real comfy though. I sit back and I just want to play the game. Not time for the game. Where is this guy? Boom, boom, yeah. Alright. This and a little bit of that. You want to keep these guys. So the guys that look like the wrestlers with the helmets on, they have this move that they go up one forward called Renfield. About he just did it there, but notice how his location went in the front. So you want to keep these guys from being behind one, and what they'll end up doing is getting in a cycle where the one behind is always going forward, and they'll be rotating, and it'll it's actually devastating if it happens. So we're gonna try to kill these guys long before they get to this point. But it doesn't really, like, they can do it from the front too, but I don't think it's as powerful if they do it and they don't move the space.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Confidence surges as the enemy.
Grandma was stunned back there. I always feel bad for that one. She looks so sad when she's getting attacked. How could this have happened? I was just walking the dog. Yeah, see, they all have like powerful forward attacks, I guess is what you would call them. And that's the problem. All three of them do, but they all have to be kind of in the front to do it. So you kind of lose the effectiveness of the, what is that? It's the bounty hunter right now, but it couldn't swap between losing the effectiveness of the bounty hunter and the guy with the mace. He's a man at arms. Oh, it just has man at arms. it's weird because he is good for frontal attacks, but he's like kind of useless when it comes to anything else. He can his support role is like he just does a bunch of buffs, which and stuns, and they're kind of they certainly have their place, but I think there's better supports. There's a little bit DPS supports and stuff like that. Here we are, fight. What to do? This little snail's a bastard. It's like high D. It only has 10 hit points, but I'll be sitting this whole battle trying to freaking make it down to 0. It'll probably be like the last one to go, too. 10 or 15, I'm not sure. A low amount. Axeman needs to hit the fleshy guy. We need to keep him from exploding, because he'll explode and do like area of effect damage spell. That's sort of like the whole party. I don't know if that's considered area effect at that point. It's annoying though. It's like that old for the fire bombs in Final Fantasy. When they explode and they like take a bunch of damage when they do it. I like when it's like he'll miss. Yeah, see, it has the least amount of hit points, but it's going to be the entire battle before. It'll be the last one standing, basically. The snail. With its measly little 4 hit points. Just pour some salt on it. Get some salt. I think the reason I like this game is because it's not just the aesthetics are a little bit unique, which they are. The whole thing about the like the way the fighters look unique and sort of the way you build them is unique and they have different colors and stuff like that. And like the setup is cool. The way that it's so repeatable, like because it's a roguelike, I guess. I guess that's the roguelike nature of it. But it's unique every time you run through one of these dungeons. It's different slightly, even though it's the same crap over and over again. Roguelike. It's that and the cool thing to me is that the way they change the RPG elements, and certainly the base is in the typical RPG kind of like stuff, not stuff, but the typical RPG like way of thinking. But there's definitely differences. Like I believe that buffs and debuffs stack, which is nice. The way defense works is weird. It's like simplified, but also, the way that the buffs and the debuffs work is weird because it's just buff and debuff. Even though I'm not sure if there specifics about it all. It's just part of the way that the game is played. Like, just the buffs. They call it buff, debuff. So it's like simplified, but I guess there's no healing light kind of buff, because the buff they give you like. I think what it does is it makes the randomness like in your favor. Is the best I can come up with it. I don't think it's like it doesn't heal you, but I don't know. There's probably some kind of like deep like mechanism there that I don't know about. That's one thing about this game. They drop you into it and they don't tell you anything about it. Although there is like a little tutorial, but it's not like it's just whatever. It's not like the most informative thing. Actually, this is going pretty well because the guy, the assassin is still effective from the third row back, so all 3 of these guys are gonna deliver like big DPS, which is cool. Not that guy because he missed, but this guy. One thing is that move sucks because the fat ass at the front takes up all the space. Come on. Oh, I should actually use the other. Bad thing about this grouping is there's no second healer. That makes things harder. Yeah, this guy with that area effect attack is. But I think we're gonna be okay.
Prodigious size alone
had to turn off Lauren to be here. I wish you know, that's one thing I wish you could just, you know, like people like playing video games and listening to music. I just feel like if I publish that onto YouTube, I'd get a copyright strike. It's happened before. I was just recording Pokemon of all things, and I got a copyright, like not a copyright strike, but they said, "Hey, we can't publish this unless you know, take it out." So I took it out. But you know, it sucks because I'd love to listen to Lauren over this, or you know, whatever I'm listening to at the moment, but I can't. There has to be silence in the game. I don't know if you've heard this game, but it's a treat to listen to. To be fair, it ain't no Lauren though. But that's part of the experience to me. And you know, if I had to say, my argument would be, you know, to be transformative on this kind of stuff, it's almost like, well, adding my own audio would be kind of like it's what we're doing is that we're experiencing, you know, the game as, you know, like, you know, this is a expression of experiencing the game. So a lot of times playing a video game, it does come with its own soundtrack. You know, that's the best way I can say. So like it's not like transformative enough, I guess. Is that the problem? Yeah. Well, until then, we are kind of stuck with this soundtrack, which is I don't know how to describe it. What's the style?
This expedition at least promises
Any trinkets? No. Trinkets. I'm like running out of space. That's one thing I hate about this is I run out of space and then 100% of the room members. Are we gonna do that? I don't think we're gonna do that. We might. Sometimes there's like 2 room battles left and one of them's just like nothing. But then there could be a boss. There's usually, I think what we just fought was kind of the boss of this dungeon. I don't think there'll be anyone bigger than the Fat Man and the two dingles. That's what I call it. Fat Man and 2 dingles.
wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Oh, you know what? That's one thing it is like Final Fantasy has all this great artwork that's like, and the way these teams are set up is like unique to the. You know, it's like a 4-person team. It's kind of it's turn-based, but it's not, you know, like Final Fantasy and the idea that, you know, the way that unfolds, but it is turn-based. It's more like the modern way where every character is you know, like a single piece on the board, and then they are shuffled into a stack. All 8 pieces are shuffled into a stack, and then, you know, whoever comes on top next. That's more typical of a modern kind of video game. So that's how this is, not like Final Fantasy. I don't know if the new one Final Fantasy do that. The last Final Fantasy was a Devil May Cry game, apparently. I kind of want to play it, but I don't want to pay for it. If you guys want to send me a copy of it, mail it to nothing to offer at. I don't have an address, but if I did, you could mail it there. Send me a gift card. But until then, I'm gonna wait till it's like $10 to play it, cause I don't know. I love Final Fantasy. I played them. I played all of them. I will play it. You know. One day we'll probably get a Final Fantasy on the channel, but I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about all that. And the other thing about it is I've played those games so much, I just don't care anymore. You know, I just don't. I do. I might play the. I might, you know, give it a go with the new one, 7. What are they calling it? Re something or other. Because I played the other remake and it's fine. I hated all the town parts. It's just you spend so much time in this town, like searching for cats and stuff like that. And it's like, why? Why are we looking for cats right now? Aren't these people gonna die in the next 2 chapters over? But you know, by the time you hit the haunted, like you know, the haunted what is it, a rail yard, then the nostalgia starts hitting hard, and it's like takes over. And then some of the battles in the end are challenging. I think that, you know, when you fight, I never fought. You know, I never finished that game. I never finished it, but here we go. They're like totally alerted.
A momentary abatement.
Crap. Yeah, this is probably the boss of the dungeon, but these guys, this is a tough battle. The guy in the back with the gun does that 4-person area attack. How did you get back there? Damn it! Stupid. Man, I need to get him out from the back. He'll just stand back there and like cut my team down. Crazy. There's another couple passes and see. Yeah, that's. I need to just start hacking at this guy. But I need to get that other guy from back to back. Whatever. We're not doing that. We're gonna just do it this way. I can't. See, his debuff, and that's the problem. When he gets in that space, he can't do any attacks. He only has that one attack, and then everything else is sort of a buff. His debuff, though, is strong. So if I debuff these guys, I might have the chance of breaking down their attacks and just everything they do, so that we can soften them up, and then they won't be so effective. And that might allow us to win this game. Yeah, like that wasn't. That's. Yeah, and then he was in the back. I'm like, why was he in the back? It's so annoying. And like I said, I explained it already. It's the traits. Right there, the traits all do. Oh, come on! Yeah, he's gonna die. He's dead. Come on. I think the debuffs and stuff are stackable. So when you do blight or you know anything, they get stronger as you cast them. I think that's true. Somebody out there, if they know the truth, school me because I don't know. Oh, we're getting through this one. We're getting through this, buddy. Uh-oh. It's alright, we'll pay a doctor to push you later. Oh, son of a... Damn it! Yeah, it sucks when he's in that spot. He's just freaking useless.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Oh, look at the good tree. My healer's gonna go. Watch this shit.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
Ah, look at the bounce, man.
Inspiration and improvement.
This was bad. I'll take the blame for this being so bad too. Because I just caught this whole thing up. Yep.
Success so clearly in view.
We've done so much stuff
Merely
here.
a trick of the light.
I don't even think I can actually do this.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
Oh, what did that do? Oh wait, do I have no food? Oh, I do have one. How many freaking rooms do I have? Oh, this is dumb. Because they've already been marked with that. That's the problem. 2 of them have already been marked with that, so when they get marked with that again... Like, the game is like, it's kind of forgiving the first time, and maybe the second time. But, if you push it... This is probably... Oh, why? Why did they move?
The shadows whisper of conspiracy. Destroyed.
Alright. I'm gonna go back to playing some Lord again, and I will check in about a couple minutes. Let's see how long OBS goes before it crashes. You'll be the first to know.
Trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Others may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold. Momentary abatement. As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. A momentary abatement. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall. Becoming unwound. Trapped and forced to fight on. Survival is a tenuous proposition in this sprawling tomb. You will endure this loss and learn from it. Let me share with you the terrible wonders I have come to know. My lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif. That cuts on its own. Decimated. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. Devastating blow. Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration. The abyss returns even the boldest gaze. The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. them no quarter. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Failure tests the metal of heart, brain, and body. Finally, the serum is working, and the side effects are manageable. They breed quickly down there in the dark. But perhaps we can slay them even faster. Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered. monster's size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. The light, the promise of safety. Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose. Precision and power. Wow. Exposed to a killing blow. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. A death by inches. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. As victories mount, so too will resistance.
broken. Maintain the offensive. Those who covet injury find it in no short supply. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall. Watch your step. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place. So that we may learn to pick ourselves up once again. I remember days when the sun shone and laughter could be heard from the tavern. pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign. The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it. Diminished. Impressive. The ground quakes. Death by inches. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. Fiend. The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all. Another one falls. As the fiend falls, faint hope blossoms. A handsome reward for a task well performed. Mechanical hazards possessed by evil intent. Gnawing hunger sets in, turning the body against itself, weakening the mind. Fear and frailty finally claim their due. Back to the pit. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place. Self-preservation is paramount at any cost. As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. on the brink, facing the abyss.
One can sometimes find clarity in madness, but only rarely.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion. More dust, more ashes, more disappointment. And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
This skirmish may be lost, but the battle may yet be won.
Wounds to be tended. Lessons to be learned.
The degeneracy of the hamlet is nothing, I fear, when compared to the condition of surrounding acres.
More arrive, foolishly seeking fortune and glory in this domain of the damned.
They breed quickly down there in the dark. But perhaps we can slay them even faster. packs laden with loot are often low on supplies. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Is the weapon that cuts on its own. The fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade. Some experiments should have never happened. You are doing just work ending them. Your soldiers' minds are mired in malignancy.
Fear has taken root.
A lawman and his faithful beast. A bond forged by battle and bloodshed. prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption. In Radiance, may we find victory.
Mortality clarified in a single strike. Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
As the fiend falls,
A faint hope blossoms.
and now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Destroyed.
becoming unwound. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light? We fall so that we may learn to pick ourselves up once again. We dug for months, years, an eternity, and we were rewarded with madness. The ways and rituals of blood sacrifice are difficult to master. Those from beyond require a physical vessel if they are to make the crossing into our reality. The timing of the chants is imperative. Without the proper utterances at precise intervals, the process can fail spectacularly. A nameless abomination. A testament to my failures. It must be destroyed. Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered. confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Soothed. Sedated. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Soothed. Sedated. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Mortality clarified in a single strike. As victories mount, so too will resistance. Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies. Mechanical hazards possessed by evil intent. moment of clarity in the eye of the storm. A singular strike. Vigor is restored. The blood quickens. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. To fall for such a little thing. A bite of bread. It is a travesty. A blundering mountain of hatred and rage. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. A dizzying blow to body and brain. This skirmish may be lost, but the battle may yet be won. Fear and frailty finally claim their due. Wounds to be tended, lessons to be learned. I can still see their angry faces as they stormed the manor. But I was dead before they found me. And the letter was on its way. A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting.
I knew all these paths once. Now they are as twisted as my own ambitions. The match is struck. A blazing star is born. Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Executed with impunity. Another one falls.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Devastating blow.
Diminished.
Grievous injury. Palpable fear.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
them no quarter. Well struck. Sedated. Obliterated. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold. Without tools of iron, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose. Machinations spring to life with a singular purpose. Curious is the trap maker's art, his efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes. Begone, fiend! Back to the pit. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than 100 cannons. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Impressive.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. A handsome reward for a task well performed. Every cleared path and charted route reduces the isolation of our troubled estate. In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
My lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif. Onslaught. Destroy them all. Dazed, reeling, about to break. Singular strike. Surges as the enemy crumbles.
way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
Give them no quarter. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Anger is power. Unleash it. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
We dug for months, years, an eternity, and we were rewarded with madness.
They breed quickly down there in the dark. But perhaps we can slay them even faster. Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers. Mortality clarified in a single strike.
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
Compassion is a rarity in the fever pitch of battle.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Executed with impunity. This expedition at least promises success. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood. Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
Decimated.
Continue the onslaught.
Destroy them all. hope blossoms.
Eradicated. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
Weakened.
Reeling, gasping, taken over the edge into madness. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. A victory, perhaps the turning point. A death by inches. The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy. You will endure this loss. Women and men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses. All will find their way to us now that the road is clear. A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting. He will be laughing still at the end.
A lawman and his faithful beast. A bond forged by battle and bloodshed. The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable. A fortune waiting to be spent.
Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. The light, the promise of safety. formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. No force of will can overcome a failing body. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Disadvantage. Give them no quarter. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
and driven into the mud. Despite its morbid aspect, this twisted, cavernous maze seems almost... You answered the letter. Now, like me, you are a part of this place. My lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif. A wise general cuts losses and regroups. Unnerved, unbalanced. Quickly the tide turns.
defensive.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies. Mind that such missteps are the exception and not the rule. Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Diminished. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
unforeseen, unforgiving. Fear and frailty finally claim their due. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place. There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all. A moment of valor shines brightest against a backdrop of despair. A hand's breadth from becoming unwound. This skirmish may be lost, but the battle may yet be won. Ignorance of your enemy and of yourself will invariably lead to defeat.
Behold, righteousness and zealotry, gleaming in the morning sun. Corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil. Gnawing uncertainty, the birthplace of dread.
broken. Maintain the offensive. Soothed. Sedated. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Sedated.
Continue the onslaught.
Destroy them all. To perform beyond one's limits. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Festering fear consumes the mind. This momentum. Push on to the task's end. decimated. Be wary.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Another one falls.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss. Mortality clarified in a single strike. More blood soaks the soil, feeding the evil therein. Executed with impunity. Another abomination cleansed from our lands. And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light? Ignorance of your...
Let the organ notes ring out from the abbey. The sisters are gathering.
lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif. Precision and power. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Obliterated. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Another mariner, another misfortune. A fortune, waiting to be spent. Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule.
vessels. Surges as the enemy crumbles.
Fear and frailty finally claim their due.
Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Decimated.
The light, the promise of safety. If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Impressive. Destroyed. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. The aquatic devils have remade the poor girl in their image. She is their queen and their slave. Self-preservation is paramount at any cost. Seafaring trade, the lifeblood of any port, can resume again now that the routes are safe.
is a great horror beneath the manor. A crawling chaos that must be destroyed.
Prying eyes had become a nuisance along the old road, and so I undertook to receive my most curious deliveries by way of marine shipments. A sheltered jetty was accessible by a narrow stone stair off the back of the manor, and a discreet system of pulleys could hoist even the heaviest prizes up the rock face from a securely tied dinghy below.
The poor devils, chained and drowning for eternity.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Another mariner, another misfortune. And now,
darkness holds dominion, black as death. In Radiance, may we find victory. Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule. Give them no quarter. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Quakes. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. unwound. A moment of valor shines brightest against a backdrop of despair. Unforgiving. Failure tests the metal of heart, brain, and body. I see something long absent in the sunken faces of passers-by. A glimmer of hope. Some may fall, but their knowledge lives on. A strict regimen is paramount if one is to master the brutal arithmetic of combat.
prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes. Without tools of iron, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose. Disadvantage. Give them no quarter. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Sedated. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. Executed with impunity. Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers. Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood. And now, the darkness holds dominion, black as death. Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule. Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Annihilated. Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud. Mechanical hazards, possessed by evil intent. Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men. Confusion, nerves, and panic. Be gone, fiend.
grievous injury, palpable fear. Another one falls. Back to the pit. The swine folk's labyrinth may yet prove to be navigable. In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings. I had collected many rare and elusive volumes on ancient herbal properties, and was set to enjoy several weeks immersed in comfortable study. My work was interrupted, however, by a singularly striking young woman who insisted on repeated calls to the house. There is method in the wild corruption here. It bears a form both wretched and malevolent. Mechanical hazards possessed by evil intent. Curious is the trap maker's art, his efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes. A fortune waiting to be spent. Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men.
resistance surges as the enemy crumbles. Executed with impunity. A powerful blow. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent. Without tools of iron, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose. Those who covet injury find it in no short supply. The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen. Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches. Exposed to a killing blow. Back to the pit. Perched at the very precipice of oblivion. unforeseen, unforgiving. Dazed, reeling, about to break. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Do not ruminate on this fleeting failure. The campaign is long. Finally, the serum is working. And the side effects are manageable. To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes. devastating blow. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Masterfully executed. A dizzying blow to body and brain. A momentary abatement. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Mind that such missteps are the exception and not the rule. The match is struck. A blazing star is born. Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. uncovered injury. Find it in no short supply. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Begone, fiend!
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Gnawing hunger sets in, turning the body against itself, weakening the mind. Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers. There is a great horror beneath the manor. A crawling chaos,
that must be destroyed.
Even the fiercest beast will lay down when it is not eaten. Steal their food. Ambushed by foul invention. Singular strike. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
time to perform beyond one's limits. Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Dazed, reeling, about to break. The blood quickens. As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. The match is struck. A blazing star is born. Gnawing hunger sets in, turning the body against itself, weakening the mind. You cannot learn a thing you think you know. In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings. corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil. The match is struck. A blazing star is born. Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. A fortune waiting to be spent. Holds dominion, black as death. A decisive pummeling. The abyss returns even the boldest gaze. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Uncertainty, the birthplace of dread. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen. The limbs obey. As the fiend falls, The faint hope blossoms. Self-preservation is paramount, at any cost. Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold. Disadvantage. Give them no quarter. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood. Watch your step. And now, the true test. Hold fast, or expire. Well struck. Death by inches. Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule. twisted and made merciless. Despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice. Becoming unwound. A wise general cuts losses and regroups. Where there is no peril in the task, there can be no glory in its accomplishment.
The town is alive with wild merriment and desperate jubilation.
Mastery over life and death was chief among my early pursuits. I began in humility, but my ambition was limitless. Who could have divined the prophetic import of something as unremarkable as a twitch in the leg of a dead rat? A devil walks these halls. Only the mad or the desperate go in search of him. Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Masterfully executed. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. A momentary abatement.
The ground quakes.
Confusion, nerves, and panic. A momentary abatement. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving. Secrets and wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place. Self-preservation is paramount, at any cost. The abyss returns even the boldest gaze. Mortality clarified in a single strike. Compassion is a rarity in the
fevered pitch of battle. Death by inches. Diminished. Uncertainty, the birthplace of dread. A singular strike. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. The true test. Hold fast or expire. You will endure this loss and learn. Perhaps things are not as bad as they seem. Mastery over life and death was chief among my early pursuits. I began in humility, but my ambition was limitless.
Who could have divined the prophetic import of something as unremarkable as a twitch in the leg of a dead rat? A devil walks these halls. Only the mad or the desperate go in search of him. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Begone, fiend! As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Uncertainty, the birthplace of dread. Soothed, sedated. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. spoken. Maintain the offensive. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood. There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all. The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen. Curious is the trap maker's art, his efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. A momentary abatement. Decimated. As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. another abomination cleansed from our lands. If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption. Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration. Denied. For now. Another one falls. Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud. A setback, but not. I was lord of this place before the crows and rats made it their domain. Our land is remote and unneighbored. Every lost resource must be recovered. Watch your step. A powerful blow. Diminished. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Soothed. Sedated. As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. This expedition at least promises success. Regroup. Reassemble. Evil is timeless.
Trouble yourself not with the cost of this crusade. Its noble end affords you broad tolerance in your choice of means.
Shoot, bandage, and pillage. The dancing steps of war. Some may fall, but their knowledge lives on. A sharper sword, a stronger shield, anything to prolong a soldier's life. Mastery over life and death was chief among my early pursuits. I began in humility, but my ambition was limitless. Who could have divined the prophetic import of something as unremarkable as a twitch in the leg of a dead rat? A devil walks these halls. Only the mad or the desperate go in search of him. Another one falls. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Eradicated. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Those who covet injury find it in no short supply. Back to the pit. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. match is struck. A blazing star is born. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. This expedition at least promises success. Hacks laden with loot are often low on supplies. Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage. Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men. The sin is not in being outmatched, but in failing to recognize it. Ignorance of your enemy and of yourself. Back across the Styx. Boatmen be damned.
trace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Watch your step.
The light, the promise of safety. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men. Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage. Precision and power. Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss. The blood quickens. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. The great ruins belong to us. All my life, I could feel an insistent gnawing in the back of my mind. It was a yearning, a thirst for discovery that could be neither numbed nor sated.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable. Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Maintain the offensive. The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it. Unwound. Fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Obliterated. Give them no quarter. Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light? A setback, but not the end of things. Death and demise. Cause for celebration. Mastery over life and death was chief among my early pursuits. I began in humility, but my ambition was limitless. Who could have divined the prophetic import of something as unremarkable as a twitch in the leg of a dead rat? A devil walks these halls. Only the mad or the desperate go in search of him. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Be gone, fiend! Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. In Radiance, may we find victory. Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Inspiration and improvement. This expedition at least promises success.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Executed with impunity.
Another one falls.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Another abomination, cleansed from our lands.
Back to the pit.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Watch your step.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born. sense of skill and purpose.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
The blood quickens.
A decisive pummeling. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Eradicated.
triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall. Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten. A fortune, waiting to be spent. Fierce, terrible, nightmare-made material. Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all.
cells. The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy. A setback, but not the end of things. In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings. Prying eyes had become a nuisance along the old road, and so I undertook to receive my most curious deliveries by way of marine shipments. A sheltered jetty was accessible by a narrow stone stair off the back of the manor, and a discreet system of pulleys could hoist even the heaviest prizes up the rock face from a securely tied dinghy below. The poor devils, chained and drowning for eternity. No quarter. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
emerges as the enemy crumbles. Maintain the offensive. Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. Unnerved, unbalanced. Falls, a faint hope blossoms. A hand's breadth from becoming unwound. Well struck. Be escaped, but it can be postponed. As victories mount, so too will resistance. Wounds to be tended, lessons to be learned.